Good afternoon and welcome to the National Hereford Show held here at the Keystone International Livestock Expo. We're going to begin today's show with Class 160 cow-calf pairs. Joining us today is our judge, Jay Kramer from Waxahachie, Texas. Jay is the herdsman at GKB Cattle there in Waxahachie. We appreciate him joining us today for our National Hereford Show.
Well, let me start by saying what an honor and privilege it is to be here today to evaluate your cattle. I want to give a thank you to Kyle, Keystone International Livestock Expo, and the American and Hereford Association for having me. We get out here in this cow-calf pair division, three exhibitors, but this will be your division for your overall champion. Female that starts up front here, one that you really like the design of this female. Female that's good on her feet and legs. Female that you might see just a little bit more milk production right now for this stage of the game. Female that gets a little coarser right there through her hooks to her pins, but raising a really sharp heifer calf. The next female that comes in line, big, stout, broody female. Love the udder development, love the length of body, love the freshness. She's got some stoutness and power to her hip, raising a really nice heifer calf as well, one that's got a lot of future to her and sound on her feet and legs. And then the next female in line, one that's just a little coarser as you go about her through her over her top and into her rib line, one that you'd like to just give her a little more turn and shape to her rib. Probably has a little more udder development compared to the female up front. Big stout heifer calf on her side, one that you appreciate from her foot and her bone, one that for this stage of the game could probably just clean her up through that front end just a little quicker in a maturity pattern. I'm going to go give them one more look, and I'll pick you a champion in reserve. If you would, give them a round of applause. Pull these two up for contention for reserve, and I think it gets rather close. A couple things set it apart. I would like to maybe see a little EPD spread on the heifer and the cow-calf pair up front, and as I mentioned earlier, like to see just a little more udder development production there, but a really sharp heifer calf that I think's got a world of future. And then you come to the heifer the cow-calf pair right behind her. I think just really complete, really sound on their feet and legs. Love the development where she's in productivity here. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jay. Congratulations to entry 2009 from Landon Hall, Bolt, West Virginia. This animal receives first place and is also your division champion cow-calf pair. Second place in reserve cow-calf pair for today was entry 4595, Robert P. Church from Hoosick Falls, New York. Third place, entry 3512 from Vivian and Maxwell Smith, Seneca Falls, New York. Next in the ring is class 163, spring heifer calves.
Well, as we get into our female show, we lead off with a couple of June heifers here that just come off the side of those two cows, and I think I'm going to leave them just as they stand. The female it's going to lead off with. Boy, you just really got a lot of good things about this female. You set her in motion, boy, she can get out and go. When you get her stopped, she's probably just a rib longer spine than the female that comes in second. I like the way that tail head sets down into her. She comes off a big hind leg and foot, one that ties in real nice through her hooks, through her pins. But then when you analyze this female down into her full rib and up into her chest floor, very elegant, very ladylike. You love the extension in her head and neck, just a really, really high quality one to lead off with. Not to take away from the one that comes in second, because I like a lot of things about her too. Boy, she's broody and stout, big hip female. She's as sound as she gets out and goes as well. It's just when you analyze her up through that front end, right there in her chest floor, up through that neck and heck, would just like to elevate her just a little bit. But a really nice female the young man's brought to us. Congratulations.
Results from Class 163 spring heifer calves. In first place was entry 3514 from Maxwell Smith, Seneca Falls, New York. In second place was entry 2010 from Landon Hall, Bolt, West Virginia. Now entering the ring is Class 164 spring heifer calves. These heifers were born are the ages of April 3rd to April 12th.
really a high-quality class of heifers that come here. The young man's going to lead this class off with. I think this does so pretty handily for me, especially the longer this female's out here and she relaxes. Bull from the ground up. You love the hind leg. You love the way it sets down into her hock. She's big hip and stout over that center part of her body. And then when you analyze this from the side, so much turn and shape to the middle part of her body and depth of flank and rib. She's really good right there in her fore rib and down into her forearm. Just a really, really high-quality one to lead off with. I think the one that follows her closest in type and kind is a young man's heifer that comes in second. Like I said, love the hind leg, love the hip, love the top shape. She doesn't quite have the dimension through the lower center part of her body as the female that leads off the class. She's not as strong right there in the center part of her fore rib and chest floor as the heifer that leads off the class, but another high-quality one that comes second. Really like the freshness of the female that comes in third that the young lady's brought us. When she hit the ring, she definitely catches your eye. The longer she's out here, she wants to run downhill. She wants to open up into her front end there just a little bit, and she doesn't quite handle that hind leg with as much grace as you see the two females that go in front of her, but a high-quality heifer as well with a really good look to her. Female that comes next, same can be said. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. She's sound on her feet and leg, one that you'd like to just elevate her right there at the point of her shoulder and clean her up through that chest floor, neck, and head. And then a female that rounds out the class, giving up some weight per day of age, but a female that has a really high-quality spread to her when you go to the paper, so I do appreciate that for her. But really nice class of females, really good one on the top side.
Results for Class 164 Spring Heifer Calves. First went to entry 923 Cottage Hill Farm from Petersburg, West Virginia. Second went to entry 4144 Christian M. Dermody from Pifford, New York. Third place went to entry 2500 Emily Troyer from Pilesville, Maryland. Fourth place went to entry 1136 Thomas Cross from Kennerdell, Pennsylvania. My apologies, Thomas. And fifth place went to entry 4596 Robert P. Church from Hoosick Falls, New York. Now entering the ring is Class 165 Spring Heifer Calves.
tremendous class of females here. Young lady that's going to lead off the class, I think, does so with a really high-quality female. Boy, you love the length of body, length of side, and to be that long spine, a female that holds that top up as strong as she does. You get behind her, she's got some shape, she's got some width. You analyze her on the go, she gets out and go. Every once in a while, I'd like to see her just reach a little further, but I think that's getting picky on an awfully good one that sure brings a lot to the table. I like the female that comes in second quite a bit as well. Love the extra turn to her rib and her depth of flank and shape. Female that gets around and goes on all four really well. Just to me today, just doesn't maybe hold that top as strong as the female that goes right ahead of her, but two high-quality ones to lead off the class. I love the build and design of the female that comes in third. Standing still, you love the look she gives you. You set this female in motion. She wants to jump up in that top, wants to break right there in her shoulder, and sure would like to set that tail head down in her just a little bit, but you got to admire that one from a balance standpoint and having just a huge ton of middle and rib and shape, and she's really elegant up front, and I think some time and management on that one, and she can sure go to the head of the class. Same can be said for the next female. These females were 5 or 6 deep in this class. I really like this female as well. She's maybe just a little quicker in her maturity pattern up through that shoulder and chest floor. But one that when you set her in motion can sure get out and go as well. But a female that, like I said, won't really cooperate out here today, but one that I think's got a world of future to her as well. Next female in line as well, young man, very, very complete productivity type female, a female that, like I said, you just like to see a little more of her. You know, she's not the biggest, she's not the stoutest, but an awfully good female that's best days are ahead as well. Female that comes next, one that you just like to tone her down just a little bit. She wants to jump up in that top, like to smooth her out right there through the center part of her body, down into her forerib, but a sound female as well. Round out the class with a couple females giving up some weight per day of age, but their best days are ahead of them. But if you would, give them all a round of applause on a really tough class.
Results for Class 165. In first place, entry 2062, Leanna Ann May from Greenfield, Indiana. In second place, entry 4143, Christian Dermody of Pifford, New York. Third place, entry 5213, Fritz Farm LLC and Emily Fritz from Westminster, Maryland. Fourth place goes to entry 4078 from Ella Jacobs, Casey Livestock, Albright, West Virginia. Fifth place goes to entry 946, Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Sixth place goes to entry 2119, Colton Sugg of Alden, New York. Seventh place goes to entry 3804, Craig Stahowski of Newton, New Jersey. And eighth place goes to entry 4941, Alexis Cover, Beavertown, Pennsylvania. Now in the ring, we will be selecting our spring heifer calf division.
Well, as we get out here in our first division of our female show, three class winners in their respective seconds. The female that wins that first class coming off the side of the cow, just a female with a world of future. She's got a lot of look, got a lot of balance. She's sound on her feet and legs. Like I said, just has a lot of future to that female. Female that came out of the second class, I like that one quite a bit. I like her for her youthful appearance. She looks like a heifer calf's supposed to look like at this stage of the game. Boy, she's sound, she's intriguing. She's got a world of body and shape, and got some muscle shape when you get on top of her, and she's good on her feet and legs. Very, very elegant up through that neck and chest and front end. One that I like quite a bit that also has got a world of future to her. And then the big, stout, productive type female that comes out of that third class, like I said, you've got to appreciate that one for the balance of look. And like I said, she's pushing it for me today on size. One that I know there's different sides of the spectrum everywhere you go. I said in class, maybe like to see her reach out and just grab off a little further off that hind end, but a female that you got to appreciate the length of body, the shape and design. And then if I was going to get real picky on her, you could tone her down in that tail head just a little bit, but that's getting picky on an awfully good heifer. Definitely a decision to make, but I think three high quality class winners, their respective seconds. I'll give them one more look and pick you a champion. You bring that second place in, and I said in class, those two are a lot alike in how they came together and how they went around. I think when you get back out here in division, there's an outlier that surely doesn't need to be left out here, and that'll be the young lady out of our third class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jay. Your division champion comes out of Class 164, entry 923, Cottage Hill Farm, Petersburg, West Virginia. Your reserve spring heifer calf champion goes to entry 2062, Lena May from Greenfield, Indiana. That female came out of Class 165. Now entering the ring is Class 168, junior heifer calves.
tremendous class of February females. I think two that lead off, are very, very high quality. I think you go 5 or 6 deep in this class and find a lot of things you like and some breeding pieces you can take home. The one that leads off just does so from about every angle right here. For a heifer calf, she looks like a heifer calf's supposed to look like. She's fresh in her condition. Boy, when you get on top of her, she's got some top shape, hip shape that transitions through her shoulder up into her neck and head. She's not the tightest one right there in her throat lash, but boy, that's getting picky when you make one that's that stout, that big-footed, that good legged and hip. Really, really striking, very sound when you get her out on the go. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, same can be said for her. She's probably got just a little bit more turn and shape to her rib than the heifer that goes ahead of her. She just wants to get it a little looser right there in the center part of her body, for me, right in the middle of her back. Probably doesn't handle that hip, doesn't have as much hip shape as a female that goes in front of her. But boy, you love the depth of body, the full rib, and like I said, ultra fresh in her condition and type and kind. Like I said, two very high quality ones to lead off with. Young lady that comes in third, I love the length of body this female has. I love the length up through her front end, her head and neck. It's right there in the center part of her body. You'd like to change her. You'd like to just give her a little more turn to that rib when you get on top of her, soften her right there in that heart and right into her forerib, but a very high quality heifer to come third. The heifer that comes fourth, one that does traveling on that birth weight a little higher for me today. That's, like I said, whether we like it or not, that's something we're going to have to look at in our industry. I've been beat because of it, so I'm going to watch it as well. But another female, you love the look she gives you. She's ultra feminine up through that front 1/3. Female, you set her in motion, you like soften her up on that hind leg just a little bit as she gets on the go. The young man's heifer that comes fourth, another one, just like to add a shot more shape right through the center part of her body and her top. You'd like to loosen her up right there in her center part into her forerib, and just maybe set her off on a little bigger foot and bone for me today. Like a lot of pieces about the female that comes out next. This one's intriguing in a lot of areas, but the longer she's out here, she wants to turn out off her front end. She wants to run downhill and break there in her loin. And a female that, again, is sitting on a little higher side of the birth weight EPD for us today. Love the practicality and the stoutness of the female that comes next. She's a thick-ended female off both ends. One, you'd like to just soften her right there in the center part of her body, give her a little more depth shape to be that stout, and then there again, just clean her up through that head and neck area, up through that front 1/3. Same can be said for the young man's female that comes next. Just a little coarser. She is rugged. Boy, she's stout. She's probably the biggest legged female of the class. Just needs to soften her and tone her down in that regard. And then we wind out the class, the young ladies' females, giving up some weight per day of age, giving up some production and power, but some females that giving some time on feed sure can rise to the top. Congratulations.
Results for class 168. In first place, entry 4662, Piper Cease from Thurmont, Maryland. Second place, entry 1959, Dina Jack Farms, New Enterprise, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry 2054, Ramsey's Herefords, Greenfield, Indiana. In fourth place, entry 3577, Harley Ando from Houghton, New York. Fifth place goes to entry 4075, KC Livestock, Albright, West Virginia. In sixth place, entry 3460, Ella Elizabeth Defford, Jarrettsville, Maryland. In seventh place was entry 4145, Christian Dermody, Pifford, New York. In eighth place was entry 941, Rhett Day, Telford, Tennessee. In ninth place, 4523, Kinsey and Cora Hawkins, Jane Lou, West Virginia. And in 10th place was entry 2503, Julie Troyer, Pilesville, Maryland. Now in the ring is class 169, junior heifer calves.
lot of give and take in this class, and I think when it comes down to it, this heifer that leads off just puts all the right things together for me. She's not the stoutest, she's not the cleanest looking from the side, but when you analyze this female, there's just not a whole lot wrong with her. Boy, you love her line. She's straight across that top line. She's good down her hip and her feet and legs. You love the shape. All those parts match. Her shape to her rib matches her forerib into her chest floor. Very practical, very nice made female. Like I said, just very, very, very complete. Female that comes second follows her the most in type and kind to me. She's probably got just a little more muscle shape than the female that leads off the class, but she doesn't have the length of body and the added depth of rib and that shot right down through her forerib. Young man's got a big stout female that comes third, one that when you get her out in motion, you'd like to see her hold all that together. And when she's on the standstill, he can get her put together. She's big-legged, big rib, get up through that front end. One that when you set her in motion, just like to see her tie together right there behind her shoulder, juncture right there, and like to see her get out and go a little off her front end as well. Same can be said the one coming next. I love this female standing still. Boy, you love the length of spine. You love the hip shape. You can put her in motion. You'd like to just see her get out and go a little better off both ends for me today. Next female that comes, same can be said for her. She's struggling a little bit off that front end. You'd like to clean her up there out of the point of her shoulder up through that neck and head, but a female that's got some muscle shape and top shape and dimension to her. Young lady's female that comes next, one that's just a little quicker to the ring today, one that's just a little heavier in her muscle condition, and it doesn't blend as well when you set her in motion. You'd like to clean her up right through that lower 1/3 and up through that head and neck as well. Maybe tone her down in that tail head just a little bit as well. Young lady's got a really fresh female that comes next. I love the body condition she comes to us in, but one that you'd also like to see just travel off that front end just a little better and clean her up right there in that tail head as well. A real complete practical made female that comes next from a cow standpoint. I love that. One, again, as you set her in motion, you'd like to just make her hold that top together just a little better, make her elevate right out of that shoulder and up through that head and neck. But a female that's very practical in her type and kind and should make a really good brood cow prospect. The next female in line, you love the body, you love the muscle shape she's got. Just like to see her come off on a bigger foot and bone, like to see her handle that hind leg just a little better as you set her in motion. Same can be said for the young man's heifer that comes next. Just like to make her get out and go just a little bit and strengthen her up in that hock. And then the female that rounds out the class, you just like to soften her, give her a shot more body, and as well loosen her up through that front end. Very nice class, really good one up front.
Thank you, Jay. Results for Class 169. First place went to entry 4531, Terra Rubra Farms, Kmart, Maryland. Second place went to entry 3888, Grass Pond Farms from Greendale, New Jersey. Third place went to entry 4578, Garrett and Scott Hickey, Staunton, Virginia. Fourth place went to entry 2063, Lena May from Greenfield, Indiana. In fifth place was entry 2879, Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts. In sixth place went to entry 2716, McKaylee Forrest, Foster, Rhode Island. In seventh place, entry 4573, McKenna Broughton, Attica, New York. In eighth place was entry 1348, Ralph Ullman and Son, Graysville, Ohio. Ninth place, entry 2800, Emma Isabella Madeline Montross and Grace Parker, Weedsport, New York. In 10th place, entry 2480, Tucker Kressig, Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania. And placing 11th is entry 4597, Robert Church, Hoosick Falls, New York. Now in the ring, we are selecting our champion and reserve junior heifer calf division.
Well, we get out here in our second division. I think we've got 4 individuals that definitely deserve another look, and that class winner out of that first class, well, I'll tell you, just hit me really hard. You love the look, you love the design. She's got a lot of ring presence, but when you get on top of that, when you see the hip shape and how she holds it down her top line into that shoulder and up through that neck and head, she's plenty good to that turn and center part of her body. You love how strong she is right there in her forerib and forearm, a female that's got a big foot and big bone on her and square in that hip. Just one they said you could clean her up in that right there in that right there in her throat latch just a little, but for this stage of the game, a female that's carrying that kind of muscle and shape and design, that's getting awful picky on a pretty good one. And the female that second class, one that you love, the length of spine and depth that she's got into that forerib, female that's sound, and that's what got her there. She wasn't the stoutest, she wasn't the cleanest up front, but boy, just one when you really analyze her, there's just not a whole lot of things wrong with her. And then you look at the 2 seconds behind them, very practical, very good in their type and kind. I'm going to go out and give them another look, and I'll pick you a couple champions. Let's give them a round of applause. Young lady brings that second place back into contention. As I said in class, a really good pair. This female's probably carrying just a little more depth of flank and rib shape than the female that wins a division. The female that won the division just did so off being just a little more stouter over her top and the hip shape. She tied in just a little better right behind her shoulder. But you love the freshness of this female as she comes to you. She's the right kind. She'll be your reserve today. Let's give these young ladies a round of applause.
Your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry 4662, Piper Cease from Thurmont, Maryland. Your reserve junior heifer calf goes to entry 1959, Dina Jack Farm, New Enterprise, Pennsylvania. Now entering the ring is class 172 senior heifer calves.
we get into these fall heifers, definitely some difference in type and kind up front, but I think two really high quality ones. I'll tell you what I see. The female that's going to lead off, I think just puts the most good things together for me, boy. You love how up-headed she is, how she comes out of that shoulder up through that neck and head, and she's stout right there in the center part of her body and her full rib, really depth of flank and length of hip in this female. But then you analyze her from the ground, big-footed, big-legged, and she gets out and goes when you ask her to. Just a really, really nice one to lead off the class. The heifer that comes in second is, from a practicality standpoint, when the young man gets her stopped and gets her head up and gets her put together, I like a lot of things about this female. She's broody in her makeup and condition, but one to elevate to the top of the class today, you just like to smooth her up in that shoulder, up through that head and neck, elevate her there at the point of her shoulder a little better, and then make her maybe just get out and go off that hind leg just a little smoother. But one is, as you set her there on the standstill, you like a lot of things about her. The heifer that comes in third, she probably follows your class winner a little better in type and kind. I just thought there was a lot more to offer than the heifer that went in second. This female, as the more she's out here and you analyze her, she's a little straighter right there at the point of that shoulder down into her front end. One that when you get on top of her, she doesn't hold that top together and wants to roll off to the center part of her rib just a little harder, and it's maybe just a little harder right there in the center part of her hock when you set her in motion. But a female that's got some really nice pieces to her. Same can be said about the heifer that comes in fourth. Like I said, I love her standing still. When you ask her to get out and go, she's a little harder right there in her hock. You'd like to soften her right there at the point of her shoulder up through that neck and head, and stouten her up there right behind her shoulder. But another nice heifer with some nice pieces. Really do like the attractive heifer that comes next, but same can be said about her. She wants to get up in that top as you set her in motion. She doesn't handle that hock quite as well, but standing still, boy, she gives you a good look from the side. You set her in motion. You'd sure like to just kind of open her up right there in that full rib, make her a little softer and smooth her right into that shoulder out of her top. But a female, again, that's got some nice pieces. The heavier developed female that rounds out the class, I do like the fact that she has a ton of extra rib and shape, but boy, you just like to lengthen her out of that hip, lengthen her out through the front of that shoulder, and clean her up in that head and neck and chest floor today. But a really nice brood cow prospect.
Results for Class 172 Senior Heifer Calves. In first place, entry 943, Rhett Day from Telford, Tennessee. Second place went to entry 71, Scott and Garrick Hickey from Staunton, Virginia. In third place, entry 2882, Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Fourth place, entry 1941, Cash Houseair, Clearville, Pennsylvania. In fifth place, entry 2714, Kaylee Forrest, Foster, Rhode Island. And in sixth place, entry 1249, Mason Geyer, New Enterprise, Pennsylvania. Now in the ring is Class 173, Senior Heifer Calves.
nice set of October heifers. There's again some difference in type and kind, but I think when you have this many different females and pedigrees and different things, you're going to have that. But you can also have some quality, and it's your decision to go out and find out what you like the best. But this young lady that leads off the class, for me, does so quite handily. Boy, you love the striking appearance she gives you on the profile. You set her in motion, she puts them where they need to go. You get on top of her. She's not the heaviest muscle female in the class, but she's got the frame size, she's got the foot and bone work, she's got the depth of rib. She's good right there in the center part of her heart and her forerib, one that's very elegant and up-headed, and when the young lady gets her set, boy, she gives you a good look from the side. Just a practical cow prospect in the heifer that comes in second. You've heard me say today, when you get this kind of different types and kinds, she doesn't have to be the one that jumps out there and hits you the hardest. It's just trying to find things that are wrong with her, and there's not a lot wrong with this female. Is she the biggest bodied? No, I'd like to soften her right there. Back through her flank and into her forerib just a little bit. But when you talk about strength of top line, the angles in her feet and legs and her joints, and she gets out and goes, she's really good up through that shoulder and front end, and she's probably the greenest, one of the greenest ones in the class. But I like a lot of things about that heifer and think she's got a world of future. The female that comes in third, longer she's out here, she wants to start loosening up in that top and breaking in her shoulder. A female that you like from a foot and bone standpoint, one that you'd probably like to clean up in that chest floor and maybe just strengthen her up right there in her hooks to her pins today, but one that's got a lot of product and value. Same can be said, I love the look this young lady's female gives you from the side. She's very elegant and up-headed. It's just the longer she's out here when you start analyzing her. Easy. She wants to roll off that hip and pop ever so slightly in that pastern. As we round out the class, young man's female, just a little rounder made female. It's a little coarser in her joints. Female, you'd like to smooth her up, soften her up to get her any higher in the class today. And then the young lady's female that rounds out the class, giving up a lot of weight per day of age. Female that you just like to soften her and give her just a little more time on feed. Nice class of females.
.41.27, J.D. and Jeb Painter, Gandyville, West Virginia. Fifth place goes to entry 1943, Kale Houseair, Everett, Pennsylvania. And sixth place goes to entry 2453, Ashley DeMollis, West Bridgewater, Massachusetts. Now in the ring is Class 174, Senior Heifer Calves.
Nice class of September females, two high-quality ones up front and definitely a high-quality one that leads off the class. When you analyze this one from the ground up, boy, you love the way her joints and feet work are. And then when you look at her, she's a long hip female that tremendous depth of flank and turn to her rib and shape. She carries it down into her forerib, and boy, you just love how strong she is right there in her forearm. Just a really, really stout, broody female that's got a lot of extra look and balance and style to her that leads off the class. The young man's heifer that follows next, same can be said there. Boy, you love the balance of hip and top and shape, but you just like to clean her up in that chest floor and smooth her right out of that shoulder and elevate her and pull her apart right there in the front to get past this heifer in first today. But a really, really nice one that's got a lot of turn to her rib and shape and muscle and top and is very fresh in her condition today. The female that comes out in third, just giving up a lot to the two heifers that go in front of her. This female's got some rib shape. I like the way she comes out of the point of her shoulder there up to her neck and head. One that you just like to smooth everything up and tie it together a little better from her hooks to her pins. Maybe make her cushion just a little better off of both ends as she gets out and goes. Same can be said for the young man's heifer that rounds out the class. Just like to soften her, like to make her go a little easier off of both ends. But two very high quality ones to lead off that class.
Results for Class 174 Senior Heifer Calves. First goes to entry 1637, Morgan Riley from College Grove, Tennessee. Second goes to entry 73, Garrett and Scott Hickey, Staunton, Virginia. Third place goes to entry 423, Abby Ann Patrick, Darlington, Maryland. And fourth place goes to entry 4598, Reed Hogue, Hoosick Falls, New York. Now entering the ring, we will be selecting our division for the senior heifer calves.
Tremendous fall division of females, and it starts with this young man's down here on the end. It's a big class of females. Boy, this one sure hit me hard in class. She gets back out here, and she does again. You just like a lot of things about her. You love the look, you love the balance, you love the shape, you love the power. And for one to be that big-bodied and at this stage of the game and be the younger heifer in the class, boy, she holds her top up. And one that just puts all the pieces right there together for you. And I wouldn't want to ask much more out of her today. Like I said, she's sound on her feet and legs. Just a really, really nice class winner. The young ladies that come second, like I said, one that when that young lady gets, she's not wanting to just cooperate 100% out here, but when she gets her put together, one you've really got to appreciate her from a profile standpoint, one that's really up-headed and elegant through that head and neck, one that's sound on her feet and legs. You'd maybe just like to soften her right there in her forerib and stouten her up right behind that shoulder just a little bit, but that's getting awfully picky on a good one out here today. And then the heifer that wins that last division, boy, just broody, cowy, stout, and when you start talking all of that, then you look at her and she still looks like a female. When you analyze her from her hip shape into her top, as stout as she is, the way she holds that top line together, and she's elegant up through that head and neck to be this far along and have this much muscle shape at this stage of the game. And then you, like I said, the depth of flank and body to the center part of her body, and that added rib shape when you get behind her, and then you analyze her into that forerib and forearm, or she's just really, really stout and complete there as well. Like I said, respective seconds. I'm going to go back out and give them another look, and I'll get you a couple champions. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Young man brings that second place into contention, and another one that sure stands to be talked again. Female, you love the length of body, the length of spine, and a female that's got an added shape to her rib and hip. Female, as we talked in class, you probably just getting her any higher there, you'd like to elevate her up out of that shoulder and under that neck and head just a little longer, but there again, that's getting picky on another nice female. I'll give them one more look and go get you a reserve. Thank you.
Congratulations to entry 1637, Morgan Riley from College Grove, Tennessee, as your division champion senior heifer calf. Your reserve senior heifer calf champion goes to entry 943, Rhett Day from Telford, Tennessee. Now in the ring will be class 177, late summer yearling females.
we get in this senior yearling class. Female that's going to lead off, I think, just the most complete female of the two. Female that you love the freshness. She comes to you today. She's not blessed with a lot of hair right now, but boy, you love the angles, you love the lines. She's got the right pieces. You know, if I'm going to pick on her, just maybe like to soften her up just a little bit right through the center part of her body. But you love the way she sets that hind leg in, and how when you get her in motion, she puts them where they need to go. And like I said, you love her freshness and practicality today over the female that comes second. The female that comes second, giving the young lady a little harder time, but she's a little rawer in her construction as well. Wants to get a little looser right there in her depth of her rib cage. Just want to tidy her up there in her navel some as well. A female that you do admire from the length of spine, and a female that's got some top shape to her.
Results from Class 177 late summer yearling females. First place goes to entry 2890, Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Second place goes to entry 3508, Rebecca Van Camp, Marion, New York. Now in the ring is Class 178 early summer yearling females.
well, some differences from either side of the spectrum in this class, and I'll tell you what I see, and hopefully it makes sense. The female that leads off the class is just the most complete, and she's definitely the soundest. And she's the stoutest featured female. She's the biggest footage, she's the biggest bone, she's the biggest hip. She's carrying a big forearm, and when you start analyzing her, those pieces, they all go together, and like I said, she is by far the soundest. I love the extra extension up through that head and neck. Is she clean right there as the heifer that comes behind her? No. Is she as big-bodied as the heifer that comes behind her? No. But she is the soundest, and that's going to get her where she is today. That being said, the heifer that's going to come second, standing still, she's your class winner. I like a lot of things about that one. You set her in motion, boy, she struggles off both ends out here today. I'd probably like to just stouten her up in her foot and bone work as well, but a tremendously high-powered female that's got a lot of shape, a lot of bone, or a lot of shape, a lot of rib, and a lot of look to her, just not near as sound to get her up any higher today. Higher performing female that comes next. I like that about her. A female's good, strong in her top line. Just want to soften her and pretty her up just a little bit. Love the foot and bone in this female. She's heavier muscled and stouter than the two ahead of her, but just like I said, soften her and pretty up. Very practical, very Cal prospecty female that comes next. You love that about her. You love the muscle shape and how it transitions into her rib. Female that wants to roll off her hip just a little bit and get a little softer in her top when you slow her down and put her on the profile. And the young ladies that rounds out the class, she's hurting out here today. She's just struggling to get around the ring a little more, but a female that's got some presence, got some length of body, and is ultra fresh up through that front end.
Thank you, Jay. Results from Class 178. In first place was entry 3026, Campbell Mainross, Cambridge Springs, Pennsylvania. Second place goes to entry 4768, Gianna Marino, Clarence Center, New York. Third place goes to entry 3035, Amberlyn Christianberry, Star, South Carolina. In fourth place, entry 4125, Emilia Greathouse, Gandyville, West Virginia. And in fifth place, entry 3098, Addison Heater from Clarksburg, Pennsylvania. We will now select your intermediate yearling female division champion and reserve.
Not as many numbers in this division, but I think we've got some nice representatives out here with some give and take. The female that wins that first class, like I said, ultra fresh. You love that about the female. She's out here today, like I said, in her working clothes. Female that you love her lines, you love her strength in her top. Female that's plenty sound as she gets out and goes. Just a really complete, nice female to win the class. And then we come out of that next class. Two females, like I said, a little different on sides of the spectrum, and I'll be the first one to tell you I might have missed some birth weight on that female that wins the class, but even with that being said, she was the soundest female. So you go home and you pick and choose how you want to handle that, but I'm going to take structure above that out here today. That being said, young lady, you'll be our division champion. Let's give her a round of applause. Young lady brings that female back into contention, and once again, standing still, this is your division winner by far. Female is tremendous in her rib shape and design. You love the length of spine. She's got plenty of muscle, but like I said, when you set this female in motion, she's just got to get out and go better off of both ends. To be that highly constructed, you like to make her a little stouter off her feet and legs to be that big-bodied and carry that. But like I said, when that female's standing still, she's really good to look at. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion intermediate yearling female goes to entry 3026, Campbell Manros, Cambridge Springs, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion intermediate yearling female goes to entry 4768, Gianna Marino, Clarence Center, New York. Now in the ring is class 181 spring yearling females.
really nice class of heifer, especially up here in these top two. I think two that kind of go hand in hand for me. A lot of similarities, but some subtle differences as well. The young ladies that leads off the class is just the most complete, the most balanced, especially from a production standpoint. These females are getting to that stage of the game where they're going to start showing you what kind of mamas they're going to be, and I like the way this one comes to us today. She's perfect in her condition for me at this stage. Like I said, she's got plenty of shape and muscle, good and sound at the ground. She's starting to show you some nice teat placement there. Just a really, really good, high-quality, practical female to lead off with. Same can be said about the young lady's heifer that comes in second. You know, to get past the heifer in front of her today, I'd probably like just to clean her up in that chest floor just a nickel. That's getting awful picky, and then you could strengthen her up right there in her top line just a little. But like I said, two high-quality ones to lead off that class. Like a lot of things about this heifer that's coming out in third. Like I said, this one's a big, stout, broody female. Female's a little more moderate in her condition, and that's all right. I don't mind that. Female's probably just carrying a little more condition for me today. You'd like to see her just a little bit cleaner up through that front end and lower 1/3. But like I said, a female that offers a lot of production and balance from a cow power standpoint. And then the two females that round out the class come to us just a little rawer in their condition. The young man's heifer that comes out next, you love the length of spine and hip shape the female has, and she sets down on a good hind leg. You just like to soften her through the center part of her body and down through her forerib and clean her up right there and make her a little more elegant up through that head and neck. And then the one that rounds off the class, like I said, another female that's got a big foot and bone on her, a female you just like to soften her up, clean her up in that navel ever so slightly.
Entering the ring now is Class 182, Spring Yearling Females. Results from Class 181. Entry 3842, Isabella Hewitt, Branchville, New Jersey. In second place, entry 2711, McKaylee Forrest, Foster, Rhode Island. In third place, entry 2508, Clayton Landis, Pennsylvania, Furnace, Pennsylvania. In fourth place, entry 2895, Harrison Roberts from Williamsburg, Massachusetts. And in fifth place was entry 3501, Tyler Gemza from Eden, New York.
tremendous class of females. One we're going to lead off with, boy, I think this one hits me pretty hard as well. A female, when you start talking balance and style and substance and design, female from her hoof to her hind leg up to her hip, boy, she's explosive there into angles, and you look through her rib cage down into her forerib, one that's very genuine there, and like I said, one that for the amount of muscle shape and turn to her top, when you analyze her from her top side, she holds it very well together and very elegant and up-headed for this stage of the game as well. I think she's in the right kind of condition for me today, just an awfully good one to lead off the class. Female that's going to come second, so maybe even a nickel rib longer than the female that leads off the class. And that being said, I'm not going to say that hurts her, but she wants to get just a little looser in her top. When you set her in motion and on the standstill, she's not as soft through the center part of her body, but a female, again, as you study her hind leg and her hip design and her bone and her structure, she's really sound at the ground, and like I said, you love the depth of flank and rib that she has, and she still looks like an elegant female up front, and that's an awfully nice one to go second as well. Young man's dark red female that comes around in third, one that you appreciate the body and the shape and the construction there through the center part of her body. Female that just gets a little plainer off both ends. She wants to run off her hip just a little bit. She's a little bolder right there in her chest floor and up through her throat latch, but a female that's sound and's got some good product and capacity to her. Like the muscle shape and design in this female that just gets a little coarser when you start studying her through her joints and up through her front end and shoulder. Female that you'd like to soften her and loosen her up right in there to her forerib to get her any higher in the class today. Young man's female that comes around next, you'd like to set her on a bigger foot and bone to handle the capacity that she has through the center part of her body. Female that you'd like to tie her in a little better through her hooks to her pins and set that tail head down in her a little. Higher performing female coming next, but one that's got some look and got some muscle and some shape to her. Another one that, congratulations, young man. Thank you. One that sets off on a big foot and bone, and she's thick-ended. Female, you just like to soften her and give her a shot more femininity up through that front end. Young man's got a little more moderate female coming here, one that I do like to turn and shape to her rib. Female that you'd like to see her just transition a little smoother off that front end, and she wants to break right down in there through her hooks to her pins and tone that tail head down just a little bit, but you got to appreciate the body and shape that female possesses. And as we round out the class, just a couple of females that are giving up some weight per day of age and some size, but some females that have some build, have some foot and bone and some look to them. Just need to soften them up and make them a little more elegant up through that front end to get any higher today. Nice class of heifers.
Thank you, Jay. Results from Class 182, Spring Yearling Females. In first place was entry 3832, Isabella Hewitt, Branchville, New Jersey. Second place goes to entry 4128, Jeb and J.D. Painter, Andyville, West Virginia. Third place, entry 942, Rhett Day, Telford, Tennessee. In fourth place was entry 3823, Riley Stockdale, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Fifth place is entry 2118, Colton Sugg, Alden, New York. In sixth place was entry 3576, Harley Ando, Houghton, New York. Seventh place goes to entry 4871, Ethan Smith, Churchville, Virginia. In eighth place was 3084, Emma Heater, Clarksburg, Pennsylvania. Rounding out the class, in ninth place was entry 5082, Easton Himmler, New Alexandria, Pennsylvania, and Emma Heater, Clarksburg, Pennsylvania. We will now select your division spring yearling female.
as we get out here for this division, I think we had a couple of really high-quality classes, and especially when we get back out here for division and we put these two class winners side by side, I'm pretty proud of them. I think these are two very high-quality females that could go just about anywhere in the country and stand where they're standing right now. And there's a lot of things that are similar about them, but there's a few things that is probably going to make the difference. I'll go and kind of tell you what I see. The young lady's female that wins that first class, boy, just balance. She's very complete. She's very good from the ground up. Boy, you love her hawk set, the way she comes from her stifle up into her hip. She's long hipped. She's stout on as you get on top of her from her hooks to her pins, and she carries that all the way down into her shoulder and up through her neck and head, as strong in that top line as you could make one. A female that, like I said, you set her in motion, she's sound. She's really, really stout right through the center part of that body. She's got as much rib shape as anything, true rib shape as anything we've seen out here today. Love the depth of flank. Love how strong she is in there in her forerib. This is getting nitpicky on one that I like quite a bit. Is she as elevated out of the point of that shoulder as the heifer that is right behind her? No. If I was going to change her in that regard, but that's getting awful picky on a really good one. The young lady's heifer that come out of the second class, there again, another one that from the ground up, you love the hind leg structure. You love how she carries it up into the top side of her hip. This female, if we want to start picking on her, she's probably a nickel rib longer than the female that came out of the first class. And with that being said, she wants to break just in that top ever so slightly. She's not as big through the center part of her body in that turn to that rib shape as the heifer that comes out of the first class. But a female that, like I said, with that much length of body and muscle shape and design, you really have to appreciate her for that. You love her forearm and how she carries transitions out of that shoulder. Like I said, she's a little more elevated up through that front end than the heifer that wins the first class. In turn, she's probably got just a nickel more chest floor than the heifer that wins the first class. So there's definitely some give and takes, but I think two excellent high-quality females. It's going to come down to these two class winners. If you would give them all a round of applause, and I'm going to go pick you a couple champions.
Congratulations to entry 3842, Isabella Hewitt from Branchville, New Jersey, as your division champion spring yearling female. Your reserve spring yearling female was entry 3832, Isabella Hewitt, Branchville, New Jersey. Now in the ring is class 185 junior yearling females.
extremely deep class of females that we get as we get out here, and the one that leads off the class, I think, just from a cow power standpoint, productivity, and then one when you start analyzing her, she's still got plenty of femininity to her. You know, a female sitting on a big hind leg, and she's big top. Well, when you get on top of her, she's massive over the top side of her rib cage and up there into her blades. And a female that, like I said, has enough depth of rib and shape. I mean, for as stout as she is, it's hard to make one that big barreled, but you know, a female that you appreciate that. She's stout in her full rib. If I'm going to pick on her in comparison to the heifer right behind her, just like to tighten her up in that chest floor. But once again, to have a female that stout, you're going to carry a little bit of that along with her. Nice one to lead off the class. Like I said, love the freshness, love the composition of the female that comes out in the second. A female that's got a tremendous amount of future and length of spine. I love how she transitions up through that front end and out of the top side of her head. She's sound on her feet and legs. She's not the stoutest one of the group, but like I said, she's the most complete in terms and compared to our heifer that leads off the class. Young lady's female that comes out in third, a really stout female. Female that you love the muscle shape and design, you love the foot and the bone. Female, you just like to soften her right there through the center part of her body, you like to clean her up in that chest floor. But a female that, like I said, you love the foot, the bone, how rugged she is through her hip and over her top. Like I said, just want to make her a little more elegant out of the point of that shoulder and down into that chest floor to get any higher today. The young man's female that comes out in fourth, a long spine female that's got a lot of rib shape and depth of body and framework to her. A female that, for me today, I'd like to tone her down in that tail head just a little bit, clean her up in that chest floor, and maybe just soften her right there in her full rib to get her any higher today. Young lady's heifer that comes next, one that's a little bit higher on that birth weight EPD, but one that's got some pieces that you'd sure like to see, and I'd like to see her probably just a little farther along. There again, a female, like I said, you just like to see a little further along from a production standpoint to get any higher today, but a female that's got some really nice pieces to her. The young man's female that comes out next, really a wide pen, stout-made female. She's sound on her feet and legs. One that you just want to soften her up and make her a little more elegant up through that front end and neck and head as well. Young lady's got another nice female that comes next, one that's got some turn and shape to her rib, a female that's really up-headed. One, again, you just need to offer a little bit more depth of flank, rib, shape to that top, maybe straighten her right there behind her shoulder just a little bit, but another nice female. Higher productive female coming next. One's carrying a little more condition for me today, but a female that you've got to admire the shape and the balance she's got and the muscle shape. She's very sound as she gets out and goes. One, you just like to clean her up through that neck and head and front end and soften her there in her flank today. And same can be said for the female that comes next. Just one pushing a little more condition today. You'd probably like to stouten her up on her feet and legs and then tidy her up through that head and neck. And then a female again that rounds out the class, a long spine female that's probably carrying a little more condition, up front today in comparison to the rest of her body, but I think one with some management and time, you can fix that as well. But a really, really nice class of females, several high-end ones up top there. Congratulations.
Third goes to entry 4529, Terra Rubra Farms, Kemar, Maryland. Fourth goes to entry 4129, JD and Jeb Painter, Gandyville, West Virginia. Fifth goes to entry 2452, Ashley DeMollis, West Bridgewater, Massachusetts. Sixth goes to entry 2906, Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Seventh goes to entry 4522, Kinsey and Cora Hawkins, Jane Lou, West Virginia. Eighth goes to entry 4525, Cora and Kinsey Hawkins, Jane Lou, West Virginia. Ninth goes to entry 2433, Kyle Masick, Rigglesville, Pennsylvania. 10th goes to entry 4944, Lexus Cover, Beavertown, Pennsylvania. Now in the ring is Class 186 Junior Yearling Females.
Another nice class of females here, and we get one that leads off, I think does so quite handily. Female's very production oriented. You got to appreciate that about her. She's springing big time out here today. Female that just from a brood cow standpoint, when you analyze her from the ground up, you love the hip and hind leg, how soft she is at the ground, how soft and cushioned she is as she gets around the ring and goes. Long-bodied female that still like I said, still carries that down into her chest floor really nice and back through that heart front end. A female that as you look at her on paper, and like I said, I'm not a big guy on it, but I'm going to talk it. I've been beat by it. She's pushing the birth weight a little bit, but out here today, that's not going to stop her in here. That's an awfully good female that's carrying a lot of production and volume, and does so in a really high-performing package. The female that comes second is one that, from a composition standpoint and just basic build and freshness, you like that female. She's not overdone. You'd sure like to soften her through the center part of that body. But as comparison to the heifer that comes in third, I like her freshness out here today. The female that comes in third is carrying a lot more muscle shape and dimension than that female. She sits on a bigger foot and bone. She's just not as proportionate through the front third of her body. She's got that chest floor that comes out, and you'd like to clean her up there and through her head and her neck and lengthen her out. But a female that's got a lot of shape and got a lot of design, and she's sound as she gets out and goes. Female that comes next, like I said, just like to make her a little higher performing out here today, soften her up, soften her on both ends, make her just a little more flexible as she gets out and goes off that hind end. And the young lady's female that rounds off, like I said, another one just giving up a lot of weight per day of age and performance out here, but a female that's good and level in her lines and as sound as she gets out and goes.
Results for Class 186 junior yearling females. First goes to entry 4663, Piper Cease, Thurmont, Maryland. Second goes to entry 3510, Rebecca Van Camp, Marion, New York. Third goes to entry 2708, McKaylee Forrest, Foster, Rhode Island. Fourth goes to entry 3596, Gunner Whitehead, Townsend, Delaware. And fifth goes to entry 919, Chloe Ann Patrick, Darlington, Maryland. We will now select your junior yearling female division.
Well, as we round out this division and last division in our Hereford show today, I think we got four high-quality individuals and definitely two class winners that are very, very, very high quality. The young ladies that wins the first class, just from a sheer balance and muscle standpoint, and I'm going to talk muscle because we sell a lot of bulls, and that's something that I think in these females, if you can have that and still have the balance and the sound and some femininity to them, then I think you definitely need that, and you can say the same for both of these females. The young lady's female, like I said, just tremendous through her top shape and down into her center part of her body and into her forerib. Really good in her forearm. A female, like I said, you could maybe just lengthen her out through the point of her shoulder up through her neck and head and elevate her just a little bit there. But that's getting picky on one. And when you come to the second class, the class winner out of the second class, she has that elevation up out of that point of that shoulder and up through that neck and head. I appreciate that about her. She's really extended there. In comparison, I'd probably like to clean her up right there in her chest floor, but then when you analyze her back, that female is so big-middled and the way she carries it down in through her flank and back into the center part of that body, a female that's really sound as she gets out and goes, and on the ground she's so soft in her pasterns and the way she handles that hind leg, a female that is as big-middled as any we've seen out here today, so I appreciate that about her. Two very, very high-quality ones. I'll go out and pick you a champion in reserve. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Young lady's going to bring that second place in. Like I said, a very nice female from a basic cow standpoint, but the female that suits me best for reserve is going to be the young lady out of the first class. Congratulations.
This will also be your division champion in reserve. Following this class, we will have our champion female selection and then take a short picture break before starting the bull show.
as we get in these senior yearlings, this will also be our division, so this class winner will be your division champion, and does so quite handily for me. We get into these big older females that are getting closer to production. To keep one this fresh, this sound, is really, really hard to do, and I tell you, I appreciate that about her. And she gets out here, and she's very fresh in her condition. You love her line. She's still sound as she gets out and goes. She's starting to make a nice udder and teat development. Just a female that's very, very useful. Really, really high quality one to lead off the class. Female that follows her and type in kind of the best is the one that comes in second. And well, I love this one through the center part of her body. She's big topped, a female that's good up through her head and neck, still fresh and very neat there. A female that as you analyze her, she wants to maybe just roll off her hip just a little bit. And she's not blessed with a lot of hair out here today either, but just another nice female that's getting closer to production. Young man brings us a stout one here that's thick off, but really thick-ended female, a female that you got to appreciate for that, and she's big top. You just want to soften her and extend her off of both ends out here for me today to get any higher in the class. Another higher performing female that comes next, one that, like I said, a female that's got a lot of build and shape to her, but a female that you'd like to see her handle those hind legs just a little better. You'd like to soften her right through the center part of that body and down into that chest floor and clean her up in that throat latch to get any higher. And then a female that rounds out that's just a little bit greener in her condition for this stage of production out here today, but a female that's got some pieces and the right lines to her, just needs to be a little further along in production.
Thank you, Jay. Your division champion senior yearling, first place and division champion senior yearling female goes to entry 3744, Suter Clark, Gretna, Virginia. Second and reserve champion senior yearling female goes to entry 3037, Amberlyn Christianberry, Star, South Carolina. Third place goes to entry 4188, Aaron Schreiber, Grafton, West Virginia. Fourth place goes to entry 1250, Mason Geyer, New Enterprise, Pennsylvania. And fifth place goes to entry 4931, Durham Valley Farm, Riegelsville, Pennsylvania. We're now going to bring in our division champion and reserve females to select our grand and reserve champion female at today's National Hereford Show. At the conclusion of this selection, we will take a quick picture break to picture the champions and then begin with the bull show.
Well, as we wind out our female show and get out here in our champion drive, I want to stop and say thank you again for the American Hereford Association and Harrisburg for having me out here today to judge this show. It's definitely an honor and something I do not take lightly. And to be out here amongst my breeders, my friends, my peers, people that I look up to, and it's truly an honor. From the heifer calf down here on this end to the big senior yearling down on the other end, I think we've got some cattle that are functional, they're stout, they're sound, they're practical, and they can go just about anywhere in the country and compete. So my hat's off to you for bringing a great set of cattle out here today. I'm not going to go back through and talk them again. I'm going to go pick you out a couple that I like. If you would, please give them all a round of applause, and I'll go get you a couple champions. Thank you.
Let's give Jay Kramer from Waxahachie, Texas, one more round of applause as he has evaluated the female show today. And congratulations to entry 1637, Morgan Riley from College Grove, Tennessee, with your grand champion female. This female was also your senior heifer calf division champion. Your reserve champion female today was entry 4662, Piper Cease from Thurmont, Maryland, with your champion junior heifer calf. We're going to take a quick picture break and then begin with the bull show. Okay, we are going to get our bull show started. If we could have those heifers move over into the dirt for us, please, on the side. We are going to start with Class 195 Spring Bull Calves. There are 2 classes in this division.
As we get into our bull show, I think we've got 2 nice entries here. The one that leads off does so quite handily for me. Really up-headed, youthful bull calf. Stands on a good hind leg and hip, and I tell you, he's got a world to turn to the center part of his body for this stage of the game at this age. Big top bull calf. Like I said, love the freshness and appearance he brings to you today. Really up-headed and youthful up through that head and skull. Just a really nice one to lead off the class. Not to take away from the one that comes second. Bull's giving up some weight per day of age and time, but a bull that you love the length of spine and the top shape. He, too, is still youthful in performance, like I say, should be at this stage of the game. Bull that I'd probably like to see him just a little stouter off that hind leg and foot, and maybe handle it just a little better as he gets out and goes. But 2 really nice bull calves to lead off your class.
Results from Class 195. In first place was entry 2060, Lena May from Greenfield, Indiana. In second place was entry 4146, Christian Dermody, Hereford, New York. Now entering the ring is Class 196, Spring Bull Calves.
Young lady brings us a nice single entry, really an up-headed and extended bull, one that's got some shape to him. One probably out here for me is probably getting just a little coarser right out of the point of that shoulder. Maybe doesn't carry it back through right behind, tying right behind his shoulder as well. And you know, he just needs to relax a little bit. Maybe he just gets a little straighter off that front end. But nice bull calf that's got some extension and some shape to him. Well, we get in this the first division of our bull show. Not a lot of numbers, but I think we got a couple of really nice bulls to represent their classes. The one that wins that first class, like I said in Class Boy, you just love him from the ground up. You love his feet work. You love how he hooks up there in his hock and then through his stifle into his hip. And then you analyze him over his top for a bull calf at this stage of the game. He's got a good turn to his rib and some shape and dimension there in the center part of his body. One that transitions right through the point of his shoulder up through his head and his neck, real youthful in his appearance. Very sound, very high quality bull calf that wins that first class. The one that comes out of the second class, really an extended bull calf. You appreciate about him up through that front end, but one, like I said, is probably just a little coarser right through the point of that front end. Doesn't tie together right behind his shoulder blade as well, but one, like I said, it's got a tremendous amount of length of body and look up front. And then our respective second out of that first class, one that just giving up some weight per day of age and time, one you'd like to see him stand on a little bigger foot and bone and probably handle a little better as he goes. Young lady up front, you will be our champion this division today. Congratulations. We bring that second back in. Like I said, talked to him in class. He's just giving up some weight per day of age. But I think when you start analyzing the two bulls and you look at structure, you look at soundness, and just the dimension and the pieces that they put together, I think you really got to appreciate the second place out of that first class. He'll be your reserve.
Your results from the Spring Bull Calf Division. Your champion goes to entry 2060, Lena Ann May from Greenfield, Indiana. Second place, reserve goes to entry 4146, Christian Dermody, Pifford, New York. Now coming in the ring is Class 199 Junior Bull Calves.
sorry for taking a little bit longer, but I've got a bigger class of bulls, and I think certainly some differences in type and kind, some difference in being a little further down the road than some and not. But I think the two bulls that we ended up with fit me from my standpoint where a bull calf needs to be at this stage of the game to develop and go out and to be a productive 2-year-old. In my opinion, this is what they need to look like right now at this stage of the game. These two bull calves, like I said, the one that leads off, when he hit the ring, I didn't think he was handling that right hand leg as well as I'd like to see. The longer he's out here, he's relaxed, he's settled into it. And you get him pulled up, and you really get to analyzing this bull for his length of body. He's tremendously long-spined, and like I said, he sits down on a big hoof and hind leg, big-ended bull. Like I said, to have that much length of body and spine. He's not the biggest middle bull at this stage of the game, but he carries the right kind of muscle shape and dimension down into that. And then when you analyze him into his forerib and up through his chest floor and head and neck, he transitions up there better than the bull that comes right behind him. The bull that comes right behind him follows him in that type and kind. He's probably just a little softer middle today, but he doesn't have that muscle shape and design as the bull that goes ahead of him in class. You love his front end and the way he's tidied up through that chest floor and head and neck. And like I said, you just like the practicality of the bull calf, and I like the condition that he comes to us today. Now, the decisions were in the bulls in third and fourth. I like a lot of things about both the bulls. They're thick-ended bulls. They're bulls that come out here carrying a little more weight per day of age, and that's okay. But where I start running into problems is the coarseness up through that front end. Both of these bulls, I'd like to see handle the front ends just a little bit better. They're a little bolder right there at the point of her shoulder. And hey, if you want to argue and say, well, the bull should be, and you're correct and absolutely right. But for this stage of the game, I'd like to see them just a little more refined right there and see them handle that a little better as they get out and go. Longer spine bull, another one that's just a little coarser right there, doesn't hook up just as good right behind his shoulder, but you appreciate the length of body. You'd like to see him handle that hind leg and have just a shot more dimension down through that lower 1/3. Same can be said for the bull that comes next, just a longer made bull, one that's given up just a little bit on structure off that back end, but you like the length and levelness of his top. And the young lady's bull that rounds out the class, just giving up a little bit of look today and a little bit of structure issues, but a bull that's got some meat and muscle in him.
Results for Class 199, Junior Bull Calves. First goes to entry 5404, Lane Katie from New Windsor, Maryland. Second goes to entry 4077, KC Livestock, Albright, West Virginia. Third was entry 2327, Josh Judy, Rocky Ridge, Maryland. Fourth goes to entry 3016, Adam and Sophia Taylor, Parkton, Maryland. Fifth goes to entry 4870, Ethan Smith, Churchville, Virginia. Sixth was entry 3516, Tyler Gemza, Eden, New York, and Thomas Patrick Smith, Seneca Falls, New York. Seventh was entry 2507, Julie Troyer, Pilesville, Maryland. Now in the ring is Class 200 Junior Bull Calves. Following this class, we will select our Junior Bull Calf division.
another nice class of bulls. A little difference in type and kind up here front, but I think two bulls that are very useful. The young lady I chose to start with, bull, just what you see is what you get. He's not blessed with a lot of hair out here today, but I don't know that he needs it. Per his weight per day of age and the age he's at right now, I think he is a very high-performing bull, and it all blends, it all matches. You love the length of body, you love the masculinity up through that head and neck. Bull that's big hip, big footed, big bone, just a really, really rugged, stout-made individual. You know, if you wanted to pick on him, you could probably tidy him up there in his chest floor just a nickel and maybe set him down in that tail head, but an awfully nice bull to lead off the class. Bull that comes in second is just a little more complete package after that than the bulls that come behind him. You love the length of hip in this bull. You love the center part of his body. He's got some rib shape to him and dimension. He's good on his feet and legs, and just another practical, good bull to come second. The bull that comes third, he wants to run downhill kind of both ends for me, especially when you get him in motion, one that's not as comfortable off that hind leg, but one that you got to appreciate the dimension and length of body he gives to you. Really up-headed bull as you analyze him from his shoulder and up through his head and neck, but one you'd just like to soften there in the center part of his body and across his top to get him any higher today. Young lady's got a bull that's got some nice lines and feet and legs to him, one that's got some body shape, just like to add some muscle and just a little overall appearance to get him any higher today. And as we round out the class, a couple of bulls just a little underperforming today. You'd like to add a shot more muscle, a shot more foot and bone, and just stouten them up just a little bit as they go.
Results for Class 200. First goes to entry 3034, Amberlin Christianberry, Star, South Carolina, and Matthew Murphy, Calhoun, Georgia. Second goes to entry 3513, Thomas Patrick Smith, Seneca Falls, New York, Garden of Eden Cattle Company, Eden, New York, and Robert P. Church, Hoosick Falls, New York. Third goes to entry 2916, Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Fourth, it goes to entry 4708, McDonald's Pulled Herefords, Lost Creek, West Virginia. Fifth goes to entry 4709, McDonald Pulled Herefords, Lost Creek, West Virginia. And in sixth, entry 2510, Benjamin Troyer, Pilesville, Maryland. We will now select your champion and reserve junior bull calf.
Well, we get out here in this bull division, first class winner, one like I said in class, just puts a lot of good things together. You love him at the ground. You love the hip shape and the dimension of this bull as you analyze him over his top side and into his spine. A bull that's really level over his top, and you analyze him from the point of that shoulder up through his head and neck. Still very youthful in that appearance there. One that, he's not the biggest middle bull out here today, but like I said, these bull calves still have a ways to go, but I do like the parts, the pieces, and as you put him in motion, like I said, he can get around and go. The young ladies that wins the second class, like I said, a really big, stout, rugged-made, higher-performing bull, and I appreciate that about him. That's the kind of bull that you can sell all day long in the commercial industry, and he's super sound on his feet and legs, just a really high-quality individual. I guess for me, it was that was a pretty tough class out of that first class. I think those two bulls will fit for me today. They'll be your grand and reserve. Let's give you guys a round of applause.
Congratulations to entry 5404 is your division champion junior bull calf, Lane Katie from New Windsor, Maryland. Reserve junior bull calf goes to entry 4077, KC Livestock, Albright, West Virginia. Now entering the ring is class 205. Entry 1956 in class 204 was a scratch, so we will proceed on to class 205 senior bull calves. This will now be an automatic division.
well, we get into another class that will officially be a division. The young lady that's going to lead off this division does so quite handily for me. I like this bull quite a bit. Bull that's got a lot of look and turn to his rib shape. Bull that's sound as he gets out and goes. He's big hip, big off both ends. But a bull, the way he transitions and the way he puts that in a sound package, just really, really high quality bull that the young lady's brought us. The one that follows him type and kind and just puts it all together in a more complete and sound package is the young man's bull that comes in second. He's a long spine bull. You appreciate that about him. He probably doesn't have as much turn to the center part of his body and shape as the one that goes ahead of him. He might be just a little bigger footed than that bull, but I just like to see a little more shape, a little more dimension, and bull just square him up just a little bit there out of his hip. And then two really good bulls will wind out the class. To be honest, these are heavy-muscled bulls that I think have a tremendous amount of good to them. The thing that separates them, I guess, the bull that comes in third is just a little smoother right through that shoulder. He's a little better over his top and into his tail head. Bull that's got some middle to him. You just like to soften him, give him just a little more look from the side. And then the bull that winds out the class, like I said, a big, thick, rugged-made individual that definitely has a place in the industry. You love the foot and the bone. You just like to just moderate him a little bit right there on the top side of that hip, smooth him out a little bit through the point of that shoulder and up through that neck and head. But very high-quality class of bulls. Congratulations.
Results from Class 205. First place was entry 2328, Josh Duty, Rock Ridge, Maryland. Second was entry 3855, Abigail Vandergruff, Newton, New Jersey. Third goes to entry 865, W.C. Taylor, Cottage Hill Farm, Petersburg, West Virginia. And fourth place was entry 5426, Colby Prophet, Gray, Tennessee. Entry 2328 was also your division champion senior bull calf, and entry 3855 was your reserve senior bull calf. Now in the ring is Class 208 late summer yearling bulls.
another nice class of bulls that'll definitely be a division. The one that's going to win and lead off, I think, is just the most practical in his type and kind. He's the most useful in his structure. Bull, the longer he's out here, he relaxes in his top line. He's the biggest rib bull that's got the most potential down through his forerib and up into that forearm. And like I said, the more he's out here and relaxes, you really appreciate the look he gives you from the side. And he's the soundest bull of the three. That's where I run into the bulls in second and third. I'd like to see both these bulls get out and handle that hind leg just a little better right there in their pastern and right there in the center part of their hock. Bulls that's got some length of body to them and some shape. The bull that comes in second will be reserved, just got a little bit more look up through that front end, just a little better in his top line and over that hip. And then, like I said, the bull that comes out in third, another one I'd like to just free him up a little bit in that pastern and in that hock. He's a big-footed, big-legged bull, one that you just like to transition him there through a little bit through the point of his shoulder and his chest floor as well.
Results from Class 2.
two high-quality bulls in this class that you can really appreciate a lot about. The bull that's going to lead off just has a lot more substance and mass and dimension to him, and he puts it probably in a little sounder package for me out here today. Boy, you love him off both ends. A thick-ended bull that's got some top shape, but he's really smooth in his lines and the way he carries it, and you still, for a bull at this stage to carry so much dimension and muscle, he's good in his chest floor, and as he carries it up over that shoulder, up into that head and neck, still refined and youthful looking in that regard. And the bull that comes second, probably just like to soften him a little bit. You love him on the standstill, big hip bull, bull that's big-footed and big-legged. When you set him in motion, wants to give just there in his hock just a little bit, ever so slightly if you want to pick on him. But a bull that's long-bodied and good-looking from the side, just need to soften him, give him a little softer off that hind leg. Congratulations.
Results from Class 212 Spring Yearling Bulls. First goes to entry 1349, Ralph E. Ullman and Son, Graysville, Ohio. Second goes to entry 3822, Riley Stockdale, Dayton, Pennsylvania. Now in the ring is Class 213 Spring Yearling Bulls.
Two really high quality individuals. We get out here and you start analyzing these bulls. There's some subtle differences, and there's some things that are quite a bit alike. I'm going to leave them just how they came in. The young man's bull is going to win the class. He's got a tremendous amount of rib shape and depth of body, and the way he carries it into that chest floor is just a little bit better than the bull that comes right behind him. These are both big-footed, big-legged bulls that are stout in their hips. As you analyze them, this bull that leads off the class is a little bit better right there out of the point of his shoulder and up over his top. And the bull that comes in second is one you'd like to just soften him up right there behind his shoulder and down through the center part of his body and into his flank. Two very high-quality ones to win that class.
Results for Class 213, Spring Yearling Bulls. First goes to entry 1571, Reagan A. Dunn, Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Second goes to entry 5403, Silo Creek Farm, Mount Airy, Maryland. Next in the ring is Class 214, Junior Yearling Females.
Really nice single entry that the young ladies brought us. Boy, you love the look this bull gives you from the side. He's very sound and elegant when he gets out and goes. Bull that's got a lot of rib shape and top shape to him. One that's good down through the center part of his body and still transitions up through that neck and head. Just a really good single entry. We'll get him back out here in division. Congratulations.
Congratulations to entry 3874 from Grass Pond Farm, Greendale, New Jersey, and Chesney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota, on winning Class 214 Junior Yearling Bulls. Entering the ring next is Class 215 Junior Yearling Bulls. This will be the final class in this division.
Another very high quality single entry that we'll get out here. Very athletic in his feet and legs. One that you get on top of him is highly constructed, very well muscled up through his hip and up through his top. And then you transition that down into his lower 1/3, a bull that's got enough rib shape and dimension to him that just kind of runs together. Very balanced bull as you set him in motion. Just a really high quality single entry. We'll get him back out here in division.
Results from Class 215 Junior Yearling Bulls. First place goes to entry 4808. Todd, Kim, and Casey Herman, Lima, Ohio. Piper Cease, Thurmont, Maryland. Flatter Landing Cattle, LLC, Yale, Ohio. And Flatter Hereford Farms, Fairborn, Ohio. We will now select your champion and reserve yearling bull from the previous 4 classes.
we get back out here in this division and a high-quality set of bulls, a bull that wins that first class. You love the length of body, you love the depth of body, you love the feet and the legs, and the way he puts it all together. He may just not wow you in any one of those factors, but it goes together in a very balanced package. You love his soundness, his testicular development, just a very high-quality bull that wins the first class. Same can be said with the bull that comes out of the second. Boy, he's a thick-ended bull. One, you like him on both ends and you get on top of him. He's maybe not as long-spined as the bulls on either side of him, but a bull that's got a lot of middle and a lot of shape and a lot of distance to him. You love how he transitions from his shoulder up through that head and neck. A bull that's good on his feet and legs, very square. Like I said, just a really high-quality one as well. The young lady's bull that comes out of the third class, another one that's long spine and a bull that's really pulled apart right there in the center part of his body. And to be that long spine, he holds that top line and is really straight and angular up through that front end. One that you love how he transitions to his feet and legs, into his hock and up into his hip, very square over his hooks to his pins. Another high quality one. And the bull that rounds out the fourth class one, again, just a really stout-made individual, gives you a lot of look from the side, very sound in his angles as you put him in motion. Bull that ties together up through that chest and head and neck. Like I said, four really, really high-quality bulls in their respective seconds. I'm going to give them another look, and I'll get you a champion in reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We bring that respective second back in. Like I said, those were two very high-quality bulls. The bull that come in second in that class, you know, you just like to soften him up right there through the center part of your body, but you love the condition that he comes to you today. He's good on his feet and legs. You appreciate that about him. I guess for me, like I said, I'm not a big stickler on this, but if we're going to use it and we're going to talk it, the birthweight EPD's bit me before, and if we're going to use it, I think we all should have to. So at that regard, I'll go out and pick you a reserve. But once again, an excellent set of bulls. I'd be proud to own any of them.
Congratulations to entry 1571, Reagan A. Dunn from Concordton, Pennsylvania, is your champion yearling bull. Your reserve yearling bull was entry 3874, Grass Pond Farm from Greendale, New Jersey, and Chesney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. We will now bring in class 219, 2-year-old bulls. This will be an automatic division. The conclusion of this class, we will then bring in all of the division, champion, and reserves for our champion bull selection.
Well, as we get out here and wind out our last division in the bull show, young ladies brought us a big 2-year-old bull that could definitely stand some competition. It takes a lot to keep these big bulls going down the road, and I commend you for bringing him here today. Bull that's really good on his feet and leg. Boy, he stands on a big foot that transitions up into a big hip and really square over his hooks to his pins. Ones that's really good up through that top line, and as he transitions from that shoulder up through his neck and head to be a big 2-year-old bull, he's still really refined and elegant up through there. Just a really high quality one. Congratulations.
Results for Class 219 and the Senior Bull Division. First place in Champion Senior Bull goes to entry 1137, Emma Heater, Clarksburg, Pennsylvania, and Thomas E. Cross, Kennerdell, Pennsylvania. We will now bring in our division lineup to select our champion and reserve bull for today's National Hereford Show.
Well, as we get out here in our Champion Bull lineup, once again, I want to thank the Keystone International Livestock Show for having me. I want to thank the AHA, Jack, Bailey, all of our ring help out here today, the guys from the association that aren't here. This is truly humbling to me, and I do take it very seriously, and I'm thoroughly have enjoyed it, and I'm very happy with the set of bulls we've got out here. The bull that wins that first division, ton of future to this bull. Boy, you love the lines, you love the feet and the legs that this bull has on him, and when you start analyzing him there from the ground up, you know, his best days are ahead of him. You can feed on him because he's got that production look to him. The bull that comes out of the second division, boy, you just love the pieces that this bull has. If he fills out and develops and softens into those pieces, he is one of the thickest-ended bulls out here in the lineup, sitting down here as a bull calf, and you love how elegant he is up out of that shoulder and that head and neck to have that much spine and depth of chest right there into his heart as you analyze him back through his flank. Just a really high-quality one that's got a ton of future in him as well. The young lady's bull that comes out of the third division, same can be said, just a really sound, functional, practical kind of bull. You love the middle, you love the shape, you love the design, just a really sound, functional one there. The bull that comes next, a little rawer made, but a bull that as you analyze him, he's got the right kind of shape, he's got the right kind of turn to his rib, he's sound and functional, he's extended up through that neck and head and front end, a very useful kind of bull for the young man. And the bull that comes next, like I said, a really, really high-quality one that came out here in a really tough division, Class N division. You know, that bull's a square off both ends. Boy, you love the center part of his body and the rib shape. And to have that much shape and dimension and depth, the way he carries his top line as he's on the go and as he's standing still, he sets on a big foot and a good hind leg, just a very athletic, functional type of bull. And then the young lady's big 2-year-old bull that rounds out the class. What a really long-spined, angular bull that gives you a lot of performance and look. A bull that for this size and age is still very sound and athletic as he gets out and goes. So definitely some decisions to be made. If you would, I'm going to give him another look, but if you would, give him a round of applause, and I'll go out and pick you a couple champions. Thank you.
Let's keep our hands together for our judge today, Jay Kramer from Waxahachie, Texas. Thanks for coming all this way, Jay. We greatly appreciate it. Congratulations to our Hereford Bull exhibitors. Grand champion goes to entry 1571 from Class 213 Spring Yearling Bulls, Reagan A. Dunn from Cochranton, Pennsylvania. Your reserve champion bull comes out of the same division, entry 3874, Grass Pond Farm, Greendale, New Jersey, and Chesney Effling, Highmore, South Dakota. Congratulations to all of our bull exhibitors for today. We are going to do a quick group class or two, and then we are going to take pictures. We would like to congratulate a couple of premiers this evening from our show today. Our premier breeder goes to Grimmel Girls Show Cattle from Jarrettsville, Maryland. And our premier exhibitor goes to Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts. Entering the ring now is a Best Six head brought to you by Harrison Roberts.
Well, as we wind down the day, we get out here with our Best Six head, and definitely could have stood some competition, but I'll be honest with you, my hat's off to you. Doing this as a family, as a group, that's why we're here, and that's why we come. We're out here to market our cattle, and when you can bring a group as nice as this one, like I said, could have definitely stood some competition to you. So congratulations for bringing them to town, and like I said, very nice.
Congratulations to Harrison Roberts, Williamsburg, Massachusetts, on being the premier exhibitor and champion Best Six head.